And that is why it pays attention. It pays to pay attention to silly little lore. 1,000 points of experience and an achievement. Just because I went looking for the address for the lost dog. This dude really, really loved his dog. And there's 2 boxes in the room. That's awesome. Already know I'm on US 1. I've had a lot of people been asking me that lately. Are most of the players on EU? Ah. I am in Louisiana, and I never thought to try the EU servers. From playing PUBG, I knew to stay away from some of the servers. Though the China servers were always the ones that had the most population, so you had better chances of getting a game. But that just means more people on the EU servers need to come over to the US1 server. Not the other way around. Gotta balance it out. But I'm not really into it for the clan big battles and stuff. I like doing the solo, just running around. I was excited because I just found the guy's apartment. Last night I had found a dog collar, and it had his apartment number listed, and you go to the apartment and it gives you an achievement and you get 1,000 experience points, which I thought was kind of neat. See? Propala Sabaka. Of course, it helps to be able to read Russian. Because the street name things are not in English. Just a second. I think there was one on the end of the building. Nope. Maybe the other end. But you can also find the lost dog signs because they're everywhere. But see, if you look on the building, that says, yeah, Kachinko. I didn't know that they had put a English thing on it from up front, or up close. Yeah, I'm all about the lore. That's one of those solo player things, you know. You gotta find amusement where you can. Халат. Cool. Я толком немного по-русски. I am not your normal average American, though, I guess. Two. Un peu français. Un pequeño español. Ein sprechen scheißen Deutsch. I speak. Well, I guess I shouldn't be cursing, even in another language. But I used to wait tables, and it was in a place that had people from all over the world, like major tourist thing. So I found out that people would really appreciate if you just knew at least pleasantries in their own language. And I made mad tips, and picked up a little bit here and there. I still think the funniest thing to me was the German, but with Scooby-Doo. Because in the beginning of the Scooby-Doo cartoon, it was always, Scooby-Doo, where are you? But in German, it's Wo bist du? So it's Scooby-Doo, wo bist du? I know, I'm silly. Scooby-Doo, G'day, it just doesn't have the same ring to it. G'day, tibia. It's, well, etymologically, or it not very, because Russian was taken off from the Greek. But the whole country was ruled by Vikings, so what do I know? Or is that a controversial subject? Ba 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 ba. There's a cult. Where'd you go? I didn't kill you. Or I guess I did kill you. Whew. You do know that Prince Rurik was a Viking, right? Three of those guys I don't want to mess with. Maybe you can take one. Well, come play on the US server. I wish I had a guy in the little training area, because Lesna it's. I mean, the game does have a little tutorial, but the real training begins after you end the tutorial. That's the big tutorial, and you have to learn to shoot dogs in the head. You have to learn how fast they are, and they get faster. And the rats you gotta double tap, and the gas stuff is actually gas that'll hurt you. It's a beautiful game. And speaking Russian, you have an edge. You don't have to get 3 feet from the sign to read it. You can look back here and say, oh, that's Chachinko. Not to mention the developers haven't really finished doing everything in the game, so you have stuff like this. Supply of energy, Lubitsch's Outland, and then what is that? Shaka Potarialas Vitrave? People get thrown. Thank you for stopping by. Follow me. You never know. You might just want to watch somebody play. Oh. Made somebody mad. There he is. Hello, I'm getting chased by boars. 3 of them. Okay. Hello. It's not the back of their head, it's their butt. Shoot them in the butt. Whenever you're looking at them and you're aiming over their head and you hit them in the butt from the front, that's what that's doing. That's why it always pays to sneak up on the boars, because if you can shoot them in the butt, you can sometimes one-tap them with an SKS at my level. Yeah. They'll just drop. Sometimes it takes two, but you usually get crits from that end. But good advice. Yep. I like doing it with the SKS though. When they're charging, if you aim just over their head, you'll hit them in the butt. But, you know, that takes a little getting used to with a boar charging at you. See, what did I get there? 80, 71, 64. Yeah, those were all headshots. I like the shotgun. While I'm out here, I switch to the bullets because they do a little bit more damage. But, oh no, never a headshot. It's always aiming right above the head, but they tend to, you know. See, like this. That was 81.2. Headshot's 30.5. So if you aim over the head, you get 84. Yep, I think I'd kind of be done too. Might be hopping around a little bit. Definitely only be doing it on one leg. But boars are a different creature. Those are some mean sons of guns. There's a reason that Vikings made winged spears. Because the boar, whenever stabbed with a spear, had a tendency to run up on it and try and kill you anyway. So they built the winged spear so that the boar couldn't run up it. I did something cool a while ago that I think you missed. I've emptied a whole clip into one and it still kept going. And it still took a couple of shotgun blasts. I've done it and died and came back and had to still shoot it and not have it bled out. But bears are another thing in this game. They deserve their own category. I will never forget the first time I ran into one of them red ones. I think I was just a smear on the ground. And he laughed at me. But the thing I did, remember yesterday I was talking about this? And I was looking for the apartment on Tkachinka Street? Well, I found his house. and it gave me an achievement, and it gave me 1,000 experience points. Yeah, no, I learned that with the with spiders and the sweater quest, because people will hit the spiders for the legs, and they'll sit there and just farm the spiders over and over again, but nobody has the quest, or they already have all of the silk or whatever for it. So you just go behind them and hoover them up, suck them up. Boars or bear? Those are boars. But the lore thing, I followed the lore and I got experience for it. And now I have something chasing me that is mad. I am out of bullets. This is not good. Well, not out of bullets. I am out of bullets. Oh dear. It's time to go. I was gonna do some more over here, but nope, 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 nope. Gonna hear something else. I can do that anyway. And not gonna mess with him. Yeah, but for me that is without trying. I don't know, I'm different at games, man. I'm the guy that my friends come to whenever they get to that level they can't get past. I'm the guy that they used to call whenever they were playing Mario and they wanted me to go into World 3-1 or 3-2 or whatever and get 100 men for them so that they didn't have to worry about dying, you know? I've always been that guy. Ooh, mushrooms. Yeah, I guess I could understand that, but I'm already, let's see, what am I? I'm already C29, and I've just started exploring outside the city, so... See, without trying. Just tell them the same thing I get told. Get good. Having problems? Get good. Nice. Yeah, usually it would go like that, but there is always this level of resentment that they, you know, they've been playing the game for a year, year and a half, 5 years, on and off, you know, they're just casual players, but still, you come in and just, gamer goes, okay, I'm done. What? But did you beat? Yeah. Did you find that? Yeah. Well, where? I don't know. It was just there. One of the first big ones that hooked me like that was I had a friend, and he showed me Nobunaga's Ambition, and that game. This was on the NES, and I was maybe 10 or 12, somewhere up in there. But Nobunaga's Ambition is it's about feudal Japan and about the big land war in Asia joke that you hear in oh shit. Excuse me. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm so gonna die. Please don't let me die. I'm not gonna die. What was I talking about? Oh my god. I'm so sorry, dude. If I can get to you, I will. Ooh, and there's honey fungus. Awesome. Yeah, I never played Morrowind. There was, I grew up very, 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 very poor. I never thought that I would have a computer. I always played computer games at other people's houses. I just got a computer a few years ago because one of my customers, when I was working at a convenience store, started talking to me, found out how much I loved the computers and how much I knew about them, and gave me one. I would not be able to do this now except for him.
Ну, пока.
Не проходи мимо. Бывай.
I did not know these guys were here. I don't even know what I just agreed to. Okay. I have it. I just haven't played it. I have that because everybody, whenever I first got a computer, said, you need to play the Elder Scrolls. And I was like, great. And then I was like, okay, which Elder Scrolls? Because there's a lot. and everybody told me Skyrim, so I played Skyrim. And I played Skyrim a lot. Those kind of glitches are always fun. Okay, I made it. I don't know how I made it, but I made it. I lost a lot of stuff. Oh, jeez. And I'm like I said, I've always been weird about games. They have one that I found not too long ago, and I downloaded it to play it again. And it's been so long since I played it, and interfaces have changed so much that I could not play the game without finding the manual and figuring out how it worked again. It's a game called BloodNet. I just know I'd never finished it back in the day, but it was one of those that I played at a friend's house, and it stuck in my head. You're a guy that is a thief, and you take this job and steal something, and then when you return it to the person who hired you, they turn you into a vampire, and you spend the whole game either embracing what you are and becoming evil as hell, I guess, or trying to reverse the condition and not become a vampire. Or at least that's the gameplay I got out of it, and I didn't finish it, so I don't know. What's worth? No. Those are worth, but I'll grab them. Big rat tail, why not? Hard, no. Poor fang. Got plenty of those. Well, not plenty, but
Ну, будь здоров.
nice. I'll get around to it.
Рад
Maybe I'll flip
встрече.
over to that and
Когда
play it
такие люди
on
в
here one
Любиче,
night.
мне всегда спокойнее. А спокойствие в наши времена многого стоит.
Which way to go? Okay. Let's grab 150.
Зная тебя, уверен, что ты поступишь правильно. Удачи.
Удачи. Спасибо, брат. Тоже удачи. I don't know if that's necessarily better or not, but it sounds like it would be fun. Sorry, I'm just thinking about flying at 100 miles an hour is great, but what happens when you have to stop? And I imagine that tree you forgot to dodge would hurt really, really bad. Face plant. I still think, and mind you, I was there at the opening back in the day, and it had the best campaign of any movie I'd ever heard of up to that point. It just had the picture of him in the suit, standing in front of the world, and it said, "You will believe a man can fly." I'm talking about the Christopher Reeve Superman movies in the beginning. But whenever they took his little speech from Superman and used it in The Boys, that was just... Or no, not The Boys, The Tick. That was just perfect. I don't know if you saw that, but if you haven't seen it, you need to watch it. Not The Boys, The Tick. I love The Boys too, but The Tick. The live action one, whenever the hero, you know, the one who tucks his cape in his pants, whenever the hero captures the reporter that won't stop talking smack about him, it does the whole Superman speech, but he's like screaming the whole time. It was amazing. Honestly, I have one of the toys from Taco Bell from the mid-90s, I think, or whenever the Tick cartoon was on. I have a little Tick that sits on my computer. He's my hero.
Удачи в зоне.
Because he is mighty. Static Shock was fun. Makes me miss Freakazoid. Freakazoid, Freakazoid. That was a wild cartoon. Did you know that there's a Freakazoid cameo in Titans Go? They had an episode with Freakazoid. Gotta look that one up, dude. That one was awesome. Robin, or Nighthawk, or whatever you want to call him, being Robin and trying to be all logical and making a plan, and Freakazoid. Oh, yeah, I know. But now, with the cartoon, I agree. And not a big fan of that. Titans Go with Freakazoid, worth watching. It's kind of like any episode of Animaniacs. Worth watching. But, that being said, what they did with Titans, with the new show, I haven't seen the new season yet, but I've been impressed with that. I really liked that one. Like, the first season was all about Girl and her dad and Raven becoming Raven, and that was just amazing. I think it's on, what, AMC? think the only thing I didn't like about it was what they did with Hawk and Dove. It just made me so mad. They were the original gay, catty, bitchy couple. And they killed off Dove and then turned Dove into a girl. Why?
Чего надобно? Бывает.
Бывшие ловушки исчезают, появляются новые. Безопасные места становятся непроходимыми.
Здорово.
И путь делает 100 простым и легким, то запутывается до невозможности. Может даже показаться, что она как призрак. Но в каждый момент она такова, какой мы ее сами сделали, своим состоянием. Не скрою, были случаи, когда людям приходилось возвращаться с полдороги несолоно хлебавшими. Были и такие, которые гибли у самого порога.
Ooh, and I sold some stuff too.
Но все, что здесь происходит, зависит не от зоны, а от нас.
Хороших она пропускает, а плохим отрывает голову.
Не знаю, не уверен. Мне так кажется, что пропускает на тех, кто наверх хочет.
Another 100K.
Неплохих или хороших, а несчастных. Но даже самый несчастный гибнет здесь трещотый, если не
So I didn't watch the Resident Evil they made. Yeah, I haven't even looked at it yet, but I don't have an opinion either way. They've messed that series up so much that it's kind of like the first X-Men movies, okay? I love them because it was the first time I got to see my childhood heroes on live action on film, and it was amazing. In retrospect, yeah, the story could have used a little more something, you know, might have went in a different direction, but that was Bryan Singer, and that was his vision, and that was what they wanted to do, and who was it, Lauren Donner and all that, but they had their way of doing things, and that's what was done. And it was beautiful in its own right. Plus, Sir Ian McKellen and Patrick Stewart, enough said. And the second one had the most important person in the entire canon as a little cameo, mowing his lawn. And I'm not talking about Stan Lee. See, there was a different guy that made the X-Men popular in the 80s and 90s, and it was not Stan Lee. They had the idea originally, and then this other guy got a hold of it and made it into what it is today. The only little acknowledgement was him mowing his grass in the beginning of one of those X-Men movies. Grab another couple of batteries. He was the guy that wrote for them in the 90s and like split them up into New Mutants. He's the one who started the New Mutants and all sorts of other stuff. But anyway. I still liked them because they were perfect to me at the time. Okay, so it can be opened and closed 5 times. But it only holds 1 at a time. But it's okay, and it's going to stay like that in perpetuity until I do open it. But that means you have to bring the solution with you whenever you... Or no. Whatever.
Зону стали охранять как зеницу ока.
А то мало ли у кого какие возникнут желания. Что же это было, если не метеорит?
That,
Ну, я же говорю,
take that.
ну а сами-то что тут? Да ничего нет.
Take
Всё
this.
вот. Послание человечества, как говорит один мой коллега. Или подарок. Ничего себе подарочек. Зачем вам это понадобилось? Чтобы сделать вас счастливым.
Well,
Дорогая,
yeah.
непроходимо.
I do kind of agree with that. I mean, the biggest mistake that I think they've made in recent years, which I think they did it on kind of on purpose, was Heimdall in the Thor movies. Do you know what Heimdall means?
Это было бы слишком
The
интересно.
dude who guards the bridge, what he's described as?
Вы же не станете спорить, что
Да, спорь.
He was
Нет
the
никакого
whitest
треугольника.
Viking
Есть треугольник ABC,
in Valhalla.
треугольник А плюс Б плюс С. Вы чувствуете, какая у меня скука заключена в этом утверждении?
That's what Heimdall mean was
Средние века
the
были
whitest.
В каждом доме жил домовой, в каждой церкви мох. Люди были мокры. А теперь каждый четвертый старик.
So I think they kind of did it on purpose,
вы
but
же сами говорили.
either way, that was just no.
Рождение сверхцивилизации, которая
Тоже нервная скука. Лишь какие-нибудь законы, треугольники. Никаких тебе домовых. Уж, конечно, никакого Бога. Потому что если Бог...
I mean, he was described as having the palest of skin.
Я уж просто и не знаю.
78, I need 90.
Очень сложная система ловушек, что ли. И все эти свидетели. Я знаю, что здесь происходит в отсутствии человека. Но стоит тут появиться людям, как все здесь приходит в движение. Бывшие ловушки исчезают, появляются новые.
To those. I got wood, I got matches,
Непроходимы.
got the pot,
И пусть делает что
got
простым и легким, то запутывается.
young boar legs.
Может даже показаться, что она...
I have 1 mint.
Но в каждый момент она такова, какой мы ее
I
сами.
have honey fungus. Where's my honey fungus?
Не скрою, были
3 honey fungus.
людям приходилось возвращаться с полдороги.
Okay.
До встречи.
Были игроки, которые ездили в самом
Здорово, здорово. Ну, пока.
But movies and books,
Приветствую.
they're always going to be separate.
До встречи.
I have to look at the movies as a completely different thing. Otherwise, they're never really satisfying. Well, yeah, especially since there was already a White Panther in Hell's Kitchen, but that's another story. In the 70s, they had a bunch of weird ones. Like, I can't believe they put Colleen Wing in, what was her name? The cop in the Daredevil and Defender stuff.
А, это ты. Ну, пока.
Colleen Wing was the girl that was trained by the hand, but there was the cop that she kind of ended up with the heroes too. What was her name? I guess I'm gonna have to Google something in a minute when I'm cooking. Okay, quests. Boar's leg, mushroom, mint, pot. Egg. Mushroom. Mint. Here we go. Disney is they're gonna Disney. They're gonna do what they're gonna do, and people don't understand. Eventually, this country is gonna be called Micro Disney Soft, and maybe we'll have giant mech battles with Sony and Tencent after that. I didn't really mind the Little Mermaid thing. I mean, I'm just upset because Rene Auberjonois is not around to do his song again. Nobody will ever top him. That was the guy that played Odo, by the way, and he was the chef in the original, or the Little Mermaid movie that everybody knows. He sang the song about the fish. Well, yeah, but that was for the one character. I mean, like the man said, you can't have everything. Where would you put it? There has only ever been one perfect movie adaptation of a book, and I blame that movie for making me hopeful for all of the other ones that sucked. But yes! First try. Can I get a what? Oh wait, I need my pot. Come back here. Give me that. But the only perfect one was Dragon Slayer. The book was by Barbara Hambly, but they followed it almost note for note, word for word.
Бывай!
And it's still the best animated dragon I've ever seen. And well, except for maybe the new Dungeons and Dragons movie, because the chubby dragon was just so cute. He was awesome. What was he? The Father of Flame? I think that was his title. Labyrinth was good, but I'm speaking of as movie versions of books and how faithful they were to the original source material. The best one was Dragon Slayer.
С чем пожаловал?
And if you haven't ever seen that one, whenever you're watching the dragon climb on the cliffs outside of the cave after they make it mad, oh my god, it looks amazing. Even knowing that it's like claymation, you're still like, by that point you're so wrapped up in the movie, you don't think about it, you don't care. That's one to look up. Dragon Slayer. It starts off with this kid, and he's an apprentice, and his master gets tapped to go and fight this dragon, and the master dies. So the kid's like taking up his mantle, and he grabs his staff, and he's going to go and do it. even though his master just died, the people need the help, so he's going to go and try and help.
Сознание мое хочет
And there's a little bit of a twist to the story, but, you know,
а подсознание
good stories have those.
А чего хочу я? Я добирал... Дорогая,
Alright, well, we're going to save that for a little bit.
какого мне телепатия, привидения? Почему этого быть не может? Девушка управляется чужими законами. Это невыносимо. И законы эти, увы, не нарушаются. Они не умеют нарушаться.
Ну, пока.
See, so we did that.
Не
Keep that track.
летающие тарелки. Это было бы слишком интересно.
Как же без мускетных
Don't need
Вы
that.
не станете спорить, что...
Да, спорь.
Don't need that right now.
Нет никакого бермудского треугольника. Есть треугольник АБЦ, который равен треугольнику А.
Let me just sell a few things.
Вы чувствуете, какая...
Oh, the Dark Crystal? Yeah. The new one, I watched a little bit of it.
Века было интересно. В каждом доме жил домовой.
I liked it, but I didn't get into it at the time. I think I had a lot going on. It's one of those that saved, and I'm gonna get back to it, but not right now.
Сами говорили, что зона... порождение
The new series, it looks amazing, but like I said, I wasn't able to get into it.
Домовых, уж, конечно, никакого бога.
I did really like the
Потому что если бог это тот самый треугольник,
Carnival,
я уж просто и не знаю. Примерно лет 20
the one with Legolas and the girl from the Suicide Squad.
ходил дотла поселок. Метеоритов отыскали, ну,
Something
конечно,
Carnival or Carnival something.
почему
I liked that one. I think it was over too early.
люди пропадают люди.
I think they only did, what, 2 seasons?
Приходили сюда и не возвращались. Ну, и, наконец, решили, что метеорит этот не совсем метеорит. Сначала
Yeah, see, like I said though, I missed out on a lot. So I have like some of the best hits of the past 20 years as far as games on my Steam list.
ну, естественно,
But they're it's all games that I didn't get to play because I didn't have a computer and part of the time I was homeless. And
А? Ты?
now I'm getting around
До
to it.
свидания.
They misspelled Rubik. Okay, so we have weapon. We're all aimed on blah 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 blah. We got that. We got that. We got that. Oh, okay, so that's where they moved that guy. This guy that gave me that quest, he used to be in the little he used to be next to the chopper right here at that little base. So they moved him over here and he gives the quest to go look in the fridge. Huh. That's why I didn't notice him, because he wasn't there last time I played. What do we got? Where is it at? There it is. Ha! That's a good one. Face it, honey, I'm younger and faster. Yeah, well, I'm older and have more insurance. Really? Hey, those are good too. I really like Django. And I loved Fight Club. Chuck is an interesting guy. The guy who wrote the short story that it was based on. Fight Club, that is. There's a couple other classic movies that were good. I don't know, the 80s were all kind of... The movies were kind of rapey in a large part, and those were not that great. But there were always a few that shined. Okay. Hang on just a second now. It's time to play skeet shoot. Where are they going to come from this time? And there's a dog. Let's kill the dog first. Okay. Ready? Pull. Damn it. I missed. Oh, they tickle. Come on. Oh, yeah. Sometimes they'll catch you like that. People keep talking about ones that you gotta see. Like Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Everybody needs to see that movie. It is amazing. It is beautiful. Breakfast Club. Same thing. It touched on all of those subjects that other movies were making fun of, and it kind of made fun of them too, but it put them in a different light. Same thing with Fast Times at Ridgemont High. It's not because of Spicoli that you watch the movie. It's because of the girl who's dealing with an unwanted pregnancy, and her I don't know quite what to call the guy she's dealing with. And I mean, there's just so many more layers to them. Those were good. I think Hollywood Nights is a movie that everybody needs to see, because that was a pretty damn good description of or depiction of how they were in the 50s. Hollywood Nights is kind of like a 50s version of Dazed and Confused. Like Dazed and Confused was for the 70s. Hollywood Nights was for the 50s. Porky's was good for what it was. I mean, I really hope I never run into that woman. And that was kind of my wish all throughout high school. Miss Ballbreaker. I haven't watched all of that one. That was the Johnny Depp one. Scarface. I think everybody should see Scarface. You know, as long as we're on that line of that genre. I think Domino is a movie everybody should see. The one about the bounty hunter. That one was based on a true story. And I think it was amazing. Keira Knightley like knocked it out of the park. But those are to me, those are a lot more recent. Those aren't what I consider classic movies. Like for me, classic movies were the ones that were old when I was growing up, like Casablanca and Gone with the Wind. God, I hate that movie. I mean, the only thing that was good about that movie was Rhett Butler, and they kind of tried to make him into the bad guy. Sounds entertaining. I've always liked Johnny Depp, though. Now, you do know where Johnny Depp got his start from, right? Johnny Depp got his start on, was it 21 Jump Street? Or maybe it was Barney. I don't know. I don't think I remember him doing the I Love You. 2 of them. Nice. But he was on 21 Jump Street on television. And then his first big movie role was Nightmare on Elm Street. But his best, in my opinion, was a little movie he did called Benny and June. Yeah, he's not slow, he just never learned how to read. And he was neglected as a child. He wasn't, he didn't have a learning disability, I don't think. He just was never taught, you know, and nobody cared enough to teach him. He was brilliant in his own way. But yeah, he was channeling the spirit of what was the comedian? Not Benny Hill. He was a physical comedian around the same time of Charlie Chaplin and stuff. I don't remember his name. But he loved him, and that was one of the ways he was showing that he was really intelligent, is by being able to do those routines. You know? Because that wasn't an easy thing. Yeah, like I said though, those are the ones that always I remember, the ones that caught me. Like Johnny Depp's first big movie that he did was What's Eating Gilbert Grape. That was his first like passion project one or whatever you want to call it. And that was the one that really put him on the map. And that was about he was the older brother, I think, and his younger brother was special, disabled, whatever you want to call him. But my favorite one will always be Benny and June because it was just a perfect little love story between not so perfect people. Yeah. True. That's why movies like that are out there. The good little wholesome story. And remind you that things like that are possible. I'm still mad that they haven't done a decent version of Madeline L'Engle's little trilogy, because those were the books that really turned me on to reading whenever I was a kid. The Wrinkle in Time. And then what was it? A Wind in the Door and Swiftly Tilting Planet, I think. I don't know. I haven't read those books in 42 years. 43 years. So I'm a little fuzzy. Can't always be done though. As soon as I figured out I had the choice, yeah, I changed things. But before that, it was just endure the hell that you have been given and be thankful for it, because it could be worse. And what do you do when it's your family that's doing it to you? And that's the only thing you know. My mother's idea of a good time was speedballing and then beating me with a switch from a rose bush. They because it was funny. It's also why I have pretty much nothing and nobody now, is those people got removed from my life. And I'm not going to put up with them in it anymore. I get that. Most of my friends from high school and such are either dead or in jail. I'm the rare one, I guess. They even had one of them that, how would I put it politely? He went out the same way that Janis Joplin did. If you know what I mean. You know, they imbibed a little too much and then ended up suffocating in their own regurgitation. I think that's about as polite of a way as I could put that. But this guy actually did it with his pants around his ankles, because we were out in the woods at a party, and he pulled down his pants to take a leak out in the woods, and like you do. And he was so messed up that he fell face first into where he had puked and urinated and then drowned. My childhood was interesting. To say the least. It's one of those stranger than fiction things that I can't make up stories that are more entertaining or stranger. Yep. That's one of the things I have kind of a problem with, and I've helped a few people out of it. I actually have a friend of mine that like 4 years ago he had lost most of his teeth. He was like 19 and he was headed down that road, you know, that road that has a dead end and a big brick wall, and it was coming soon. So I told him to go out and find the smartest pothead girl that he knew and to listen to what she told him. And 3 years later, she's married to him, and they just had their first kid. And he has a decent job, and they're straightening up, and I'm happy with that result. I actually once saved a friend of mine's marriage with EverQuest. How about that one? they had gotten to the point to where they both loved video games. They both still loved each other, but they never talked to each other. And they would go home. He would play Age of Empires, and she would play The Sims. And they would sit in this one room, like 45 degrees or 90 degrees from each other. Not back to back, but, you know, side to corner side or whatever. And they would sit and play video games next to each other, but not with each other. So I showed her the customization stuff and got her to make an enchanter, and then showed him a paladin and showed him how to dye his armor, his colors. And they started playing together. She would pull mobs, he would kill them, he would heal. They're still married to this day. But they were about to get a divorce at the time. Saved a marriage with EverQuest. Yes. You got to be subtle about it too, though, because people don't like when you manipulate them. I understand that. I don't like it when people manipulate me, but sometimes if you do it for a good reason and the output is worth it, even if they never talk to you again. I did what I intended to do, and it was a good thing. So you got to get into the co-op games. Like, one of the best co-op games ever. The Nintendo, no, not Nintendo, the SNES had a Ren and Stimpy game. And you could pick up the other player and use them as a weapon. You could play as Stimpy and pick up Ren and beat people with Ren. That was fun. And there was this little flying section of the game that you had, one of them was flying and the other one was shooting. And if you did not coordinate between the two of you, the guy that was shooting wasn't going to hit anything. And the guy flying was going to hit everything. Then you had games that were awesome that made me sad, and like Earthworm Jim. Earthworm Jim was an amazing game, and it was so much fun. And then you find out about the guy who made it, and you just don't want to touch the controller again. You know? You don't even want to be associated with that. Or the same thing with Ren and Stimpy. Loved Ren and Stimpy. John Chris Falusi was an ass. I've been in the industry for a bit, and like I said, not being able to play the games, you look up and read about them. You know, at least then you're learning something about the game, even if you're not playing it. $10 and $10, 83. Thought I dropped all of those a while ago. Well, yeah, now. Oh, as far as other games, though, that people, I think, really need to play, Eye of the Beholder series for Dungeons & Dragons back in the day That was one of the hardest games I had ever played. They had a dungeon in there in the bottom of, I think it was the third one, that had teleporters hidden, and they weren't just, teleport you over here 10 feet or this way 60 feet. It would teleport you and spin you 180 degrees.
Ну а сами-то что делаете?
And there were no maps back then.
Ничего.
There was no map function in the game.
Послание человечества.
There was no save function in the game. You had to exit the game, copy the save file from the folder to another folder so it didn't get overwritten, and then play the game. And if you screwed up, you had to go out of the game and reload the save folder, copy the stuff back into it, and then go back into the game to start over. You had to get creative. What else do I need right now? I need to sell something. That's what I'm doing. I need to... What about spices kit? Spices set.
Чего я хочу? И откуда мне знать, что на самом-то деле я не хочу того, чего я хочу? Или скажем, что я
Check out
действительно не
spices.
хочу того, чего я не хочу.
Radio
Бывает.
parts. Does it have 3? Mm. 20K, 10K, 10K, 5K. 5? Really? Yeah. Drop one of those for 50. See, this is how I end up making my
Здорово,
money.
здорово.
Nickel and diming it at a time.
Мир управляется чугунным законом. Это невыносимо. И законы эти, увы, не нарушаются. Они не умеют нарушаться. Не надейтесь на летающие тарелки. Это было бы слишком интересно.
А как же Бермудский треугольник? Вы же не станете спорить, что...
Да, спорь. Нет никакого Бермудского треугольника. Есть треугольник АПЦ, который равен треугольнику.
It's one of the things I like about games these days is they have the genre thing kind of mapped out.
Вот в средние века было интересно.
You know, like
В каждом доме
you could look at
было
something and if it says FPS sandbox,
люди были молоды. А теперь
looter shooter,
старик. Скучно.
RPG,
Ой, как скучно.
Мы же сами
deep
говорили,
story.
что зона — порождение сверхцивилизации, которая...
Тоже скука. Это ж какие-нибудь законы.
Or if you're into them,
Тебе
RTS,
бы мало, уж, конечно, никакого бога.
which I still think it's a shame that the original version and the best version of the RTS is they only made like one, and that was it.
Я давеча говорил вам. Вранье все это. Плевал я на вдохновение.
And that would be Dune, by the way. That was the original and best RTS sim that there was, that there is, or will be. What was I just looking at? Car spark plug. 20K? Yeah, I can do that.
И все эти сверхвещи. Я знаю, что здесь происходит вокруг человека. Но стоит только появиться люди, как все здесь приходит в движение. Бывшие ловушки исчезают, появляются новые.
The
Безопасные места становятся не
sages in a lab?
простым и легким, то запутываются до невозможности.
I don't know where that is.
Может показаться, что она интересна. Но в каждый момент она такова, какой мы ее сами сделали, своим состоянием. Не скрою, были случаи, когда
Science lab.
возвращаться с полдороги на сон.
Used to be the science lab had,
Такие, которые гибли у самого
what was those
главного
thing
входа.
called? The blat.
Но всё, что здесь
the
происходит,
dummies.
не от зоны, а от нас. Хорош?
And they had one of those down there, and then they had like
Не знаю,
3
было
big
ли.
spiders
Мне кажется,
and
что
some
обстоятельства
rats.
того. Надежд больше.
But I don't remember there being a
Не
sage
похитили хорошка.
there.
Несчастный. Но даже
Like,
самый
the blind
несчастный
sages are the
еще
ones
не
that
изменил
drop
себя.
the. Where is it?
Примерно лет 20 тому назад здесь будто бы упал метеорит. Полил дотла поселок. Метеорит это
Yeah.
писали, ну и, конечно,
The
человек.
blind sage drops this.
Почему, конечно. Потом стали
Take
пропадать
spider
люди.
gland to open the doors, and you get the gland from spiders outside the doors. Oh, okay. So, see, before it would go down to this door at the bottom, and you couldn't go through the door, but there would be a bliat that would pop up,
Ставили
and
колючую проволоку.
you could kill it if you stayed in a room kind of back, and you couldn't get into the room.
Ползали слухи, что где-то в зоне есть место, где исполняется
But
желание.
the door at the bottom didn't open, so that sounds like that's new too.
Зону стали охранять
Cool.
как границу окна.
I have to go back there.
А то мало ли у кого какие возникнут желания.
Что же это было, если не метеорит?
До встречи.
Ну а сами-то вы что думаете? Да нечаянно. Что угодно. Послание человечества.
Здорово. Бывай.
Зона — это очень сложная система ловушек, что ли.
Здравствуй. Наверное, меня ищешь. Местные ребята часто посылают ко мне. Думаю, все у тебя получится, сталкер.
Много хабара нашел? Ну пока. Приветствую. До встречи.
Huh. Okay. I'll look into that, but I'm gonna try and clean up the couple of quests I got going on, and then maybe head that way later on tonight. I don't know. I need to be right back right now, so I'll be right back. Ooh, that's good to know. Cool. It means they found other uses for stuff like that, and yeah. What was I doing? Okay. Hopefully they integrate more of the loot that you're finding into different quests. I know that they have like the technician quest where he wants random things. Like I still need to go visit him right now and find out what he wants today. But he likes wire and nuts and bolts and washers and random bits and bobs. I should probably sharpen my knife again too, shouldn't I? Oh yeah. The little things we forget to do. How many do I have now? 92, cool. Oh, as far as the big plans tonight, though, I mean, it's up on my screen. It's been up on my screen. One more tank to find, and one more spider cocoon. And go and turn in the quest so that I can get the second recipe. Same as it always is. Trying to not die by a dog biting me in the ass. Trying to find the toy right now, because I got the daily toy. I need to find a Rubik's Cube. I'm going to hit the guys on the hill and probably do the guys, run around doing the tubes. And then back out again, try and find that one spider cocoon south of Emmerich. And I have one tank left to do in the problem with chemicals. Just gotta find that one tank and then come back and turn that one in. I did find one of the cool things today that most people didn't know about. I followed this. I found this dog collar and it had this, and I followed it back to the address, and it gave me a achievement and 1,000 experience points. I just thought that was kind of neat. I'm all about the lore, man. I've got to find it. Got to get more. Find out what's going on. Who knows what? Why is this like that? Where's the stuff? Where's the hidden cache? Anytime some of y'all want to come to the, good old US, server, hop on. Just hop on. We can run around and do something stupid for a while. Found the Rubik's Cube! Yay! Awesome. Yeah, this isn't really my main. I just stopped using my main because things were untenable at the time, and I guess I could go back to it now, but I like showing people that you can do all of this stuff. Vanilla, by yourself, solo. You don't need a bunch of people giving you Uber gear, and you don't need to spend $100 or $1,000 to get stuff. You just play the game. Get good. I'm not too crazy about all the big clan battle stuff either. I mean, it has its place, and I understand it, and it's cool and all, but it's not my thing. I don't have a sense of competition, I think. I don't need to know if I can flick better than somebody else. Though I do have a few hundred hours in PUBG, so I can't say that's, completely not true. Had a few W's on there back in the day. A couple chicken dinners. Hey, no, it's especially impressive if you look like you should be in a clan, if you're geared to the teeth, and you did it solo. Hell yeah. That is awesome. I don't know why I was going up there. I already have the toy. Okay, I need the hill. My other character looks a little better than this. I mean, he's got the the ZH armor or whatever, the stuff that has anomaly protection. And he has an AK and an SKS and a PM, I think. But I never really got farther than that. I got, you know, a couple attachments for the weapons. I was saving up for a suppressor. But that was back before they changed everything and the faction was all screwy, and I ended up not being able to go and do the thief stuff, and then I couldn't do the Belaya stuff, and I was just like, hell with it, I'll start over. Kind of glad I didn't delete the character though, because if I really want, I can still trade the material and the weapons and armor and stuff. At least make one person's life a little easier. I play like I should be in a clan, and I've had a couple of clans offer me spots, but maybe it's one of the curses of growing up as an only child.
Здорово. Ну, пока.
I didn't have anybody to play with, so I just learned to play with myself. Wait, that didn't sound right. You know what I meant.
Не проходи мимо. Бывай.
Oh boy. What was I doing? I was going to the technician. That's what I was doing. People kill me all day anyway. But yeah, I can understand that. I don't know much about the whole claiming flags and stuff though, so does that include travel time? It's like you show up, shoot me in the head. Okay, I'm done. Just do it. Get it over with. Oh, yeah. Nice. Yeah, I didn't have the half gloves. I did have boots. I didn't have the Glock. I didn't have a Mossberg or the camo. I don't think I had the Pascat, and I know I didn't have an M16. And I know I didn't have an RD-40. That's the one that has defense on it. Defense, is that the right word? It stops bullets. Or it helps stop bullets, but it's slightly smaller than the other pack.
Пожаловал? Бывай.
Oh, yeah. They get stupid over there. I don't like that place. The only thing I really like about it is the gourmet quests. And has anybody else gotten the metal box at the top of the technician apartment building? Because I've gotten it a couple of times, and people keep saying, there's nothing up there. There's never a reason to go up there. It's like, no, there's a reason. But it's not here this time. Oh well. But I swear it's a thing. I have seen it. I have gotten it. I have been killed by the little goblins that pop up. And I have killed them and taken the chest. People say to never check the bathrooms. Nothing ever pops in the bathrooms. That's bull. I find stuff in the bathrooms a lot. I check every corner. Everywhere. Always looking. That's something else though about the gourmet area that I don't like is most of the quests there are like stupid hard. Like, I understand you want to have a point to come back to in a base that you operate out of, but sending people from there to go and look for the flowers in Vesuvius? Why? Why not have that guy at the mercenary base in Vesuvius or the thief base? Or even some little shack on the side of the volcano. It just doesn't make sense to me. Or the guy out in the middle of the swamp that wants like 10 bottles of alcohol, and you gotta go, you either have to make it yourself, or you gotta roll all the way back to Lubech. Okay. Bang, 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 bang. Guns, guns, guns.
С чем пожаловал?
Ooh. Those freaks. Yes, they're real fanatics. Religious freaks, you know. They worship hell knows what and make strange rituals, but what you just said is gross. Didn't know they were capable of anything remotely close to this. Listen, I know a guy who might have seen something. His name's Stepan. He was injured and could barely walk when he got here a couple days ago. Now he's under the care of a local doctor. Oh, that was the ritual circle. Yeah.
До встречи.
Yeah, I've never really been a clan kind of guy. I already have the electronics. Cool. Okay, I need to check the fridge. I need to remove this one because I'm not going to forget that. I need to check the fridge. I had a couple that offered for me to join, and I haven't really. I'm very picky. And the BS that comes along with a lot of that is not a headache I want, you know? If I find the right one, I might hook up, but they gotta impress me.
А, это ты.
I know that sounds kind of backwards, but
Бывай.
that's the way it is. I know I can play. Why would they name a piano after the river? Never mind. Don't want to know.
Ну, здорово. Ладно, двигай давай.
Oh, Hercules. Do you know if they got rid of the quests for these two guys? Because there
Здорово.
used to be something. Uh-oh. Hey! Never mind. I found it. They've been at one place. There are strange things going on. A lot of dead bodies. I didn't know if they had gotten rid of this quest. Or these guys had a quest line and I didn't know how to get it. But I found it, so yay. Yeah, I noticed that one. That was the main way I used to make money, is just getting the dog head thing and then running up to Gourmet and selling them all. Originally. And then I started selling stuff on the market, and I thought it was a good quest, especially for noobs to have something like that, to give them a little bit of a bonus with their food. And I think they should do more with the food and not just have the one quest with Gourmet or the however many are. I think there should be more recipes that they make known, you know, not just guess and figure out. Anyway, what do you want? I've been at one place, there's strange things going on, a lot of dead bodies all laid down in a circle. I know exactly what you're talking about. I saw it as well, but decided to hold my tongue and pretend I hadn't seen anything. You ever heard of the so-called black mark? People here tend to tell lots of stories. According to one of them, when the authorities were in control here, they formed secret bases where they held experiments on mutants. So one of such bases was called the Black Mark, and it was said to be notorious for a horrible accident that resulted in the experiments. Or resulted from the experiments. Yeah. An enormous monster broke out from the base and killed everybody on its way, including military and scientists. It placed the bodies in a circle just like the one you've seen. Maybe it was Wolverine. It's kind of what they did to him. Yes, but they were dead mutants, not people. Told you what I know myself. You should talk to scientists about that, but I doubt they'll tell you anything.
Бывай.
Cool.
Здорово.
But he had
Ладно,
something
двигай
too,
давай.
and I don't remember what it is. Yeah, I know. I've experimented a little,
Чего
but
надо? До свидания.
that should be things that people are told. You know, don't just guess and try and make stuff, and then you mix it with the herbs and stuff, and it comes out poisonous, but you eat it anyway because, you know, waste not, want not. And if you already have the poison resist, why not? But there should be like a recipe book or something. Or, you know, maybe recipes that you've tried would get collected somewhere on your journal. That would be a cool thing. You know, maybe a section in your diary. Recipes. Cook this. Don't cook this. Don't cook this with this. Try cooking this with this. Something.
Как жизнь, брат? Бывай.
4 hours and 11 minutes. I'm going to check the dampers. Awesome. Where are we going? And it's noon, so I can't get the T-ball. And that's at the station. Yeah, there's a couple of things I would do different. I would also, you know, like go through the quests, and if there, I would make, you know, a few changes. Most people would have a problem with this. Or at least most Americans.
Как жизнь, брат? Что дача в зоне?
Тоже удачи, брат.
Здорово, братишка. Бывай, бродяга.
Давай, давай. I do like that they put up, like you have to get close, but they have English translations of the streets and stuff now. I don't know about that. Let's see. Parikmacherskaya. I'm guessing that's the pharmacy. Produkty. That's the produce store. And I'm guessing they're not selling any telephones. But that says telephone. They did do a couple of little translation things though, and I'm sure that helps. But all of the some of the quest and some of the text still comes up as Russian, and who knows, maybe the Russian translation version of it comes up in English. Maybe they got it backwards. That would be really funny. Smurfetka. Cool. Here's another little bit of trivia for you. What's the only American show that has been really popular in Russia? Does anybody know? Anybody want to guess? I give you hints. One of the main characters' name was Red, and they had another character named Windley. And they had little people that would work on stuff in the caves, and they were called dozers. Fraggle Rock. But Fraggle Rock was really, really popular in Russia. Fraggle Rock? Dance your cares away, worries for another day, make the music play, down in Fraggle Rock. Oh wait, I'm gonna DMCA myself. It was a Jim Henson thing in the, late 80s, early 90s. And apparently it really caught on in Russia and they loved it, which was just crazy. But good show. Kid show.
Здорово. Не бывай.
No worries. That is not a prerequisite for everyone. But I do like to share the good shows, the ones that are worth watching, and I think Fraggle Rock that's in the top 10. Kind of like the Muppets. Everybody needs to see the Muppets.
Приветствую.
Kermit the Frog will teach everybody how to be a better manager. Is that better than the one that I have? Probably.
Заглядывай.
Yeah, the Fraggle Rock was like a pet project that Jim Henson had, and he passed off to some people to do, and he would like come back and revisit it and give them advice or whatever, but he totally let them do it. It was kind of like his idea, but he let his disciples carry out the vision.
Будешь рядом? Заходи.
And yeah, Muppets are always awesome. But I put Fraggle Rock right up there with the Muppets. It's imagine if the Muppets was more of a sitcom and not a variety show. Okay. It is 1 p.m. Still can't do the T-ball. Don't think I have one of those. Need to go back there for that. Okay. I need to go there. Героев труда. So who do you think you're more like on the Muppets? Are you a Kermit? Are you a Miss Piggy? Are you a Gonzo? Are you a Statler and Waldorf? Are you a Scooter? World needs scooters too. Scooter made everything happen. Gonzo was the chicken master. Gotta have a chicken master. Obviously, there are jerk dragon mobs, and they're messing everything up for everybody, so we're going to clean this up a little bit. Well, let's see. Scooter was the guy with the glasses that Kermit was always sending to do everything. You gotta know who Miss Piggy and Kermit is. Statler and Waldorf were the two guys in the VIP box that made fun of everybody. They're constantly trashing on everything. Gonzo was the one with the big nose that's constantly hurting himself. Rolf, however, was my favorite character. Rolf was the dog that played piano, and that was Jim Henson's first Muppet. But then you had Dr. Teeth, and the band was called Electric Mayhem. Let's see who else. What was the Eagle's name? I can't remember the Eagle's name. He was not my favorite. He was like the Republican out of the bunch. And then, of course, you had the Swedish Chef. Borky. I may have watched too much Muppets. Just saying. Oh, he was not mocking Venom. He was more mocking the American version of them. But yeah, I can understand why people would kind of get upset about that. Because he may have been Swedish and spoken in a different language, but he was an American chef. Don't ever doubt that. Only Americans cook that way. Oh, this is something I never did. Let me go do this.
Чего надо, блядь?
Every time I have done this, though, there has been some geared out guy standing at the exit on the other end, killing noobs, just executing anybody who comes through the door. Well, we're going to try this again and see what happens, but I'm going to get my mask first. I left that at the train station, and I need to go back there anyway. That I believe. Actually, I have a favorite little bit of trivia involving Muppets, but not any of the Jim Henson Muppets. Do y'all know about Sesame Street? I mean, I'm guessing people know about Sesame Street. There's a character on Sesame Street called Oscar the Grouch. What color is Oscar the Grouch? What color Oscar the Grouch is? Oscar the Grouch is bright orange. The guy who invented the character, the first season, he was bright orange, and they said that the show was so popular that Oscar the Grouch decided he hated people even more and wanted to get away from it all and went to a swamp where he hung out for like 6 months, and he got filthy and green and nasty and mossy and muddy, and he liked it so much that he never took a bath. So Oscar the Grouch is actually bright orange. He just hasn't taken a bath since like 1979. But the guy who made the character made up this whole elaborate story about why they changed the color of him, and it was called Camp Mushy Muddy. He went for a vacation in Camp Mushy Muddy. But you can look up and see original pictures of Oscar the Grouch, and he was bright orange.
Приветствую. Бывай.
I was making iced tea. I even learned how to say that in Russian, even though they do not drink that in Russia. Iced tea. Chai saldom. Tea with ice. They do not drink tea with ice. Everything is cold there, so tea is hot. But I just remembered that I made some iced tea, and I'm gonna sit my happy butt right here, and I'll be right back. Somebody found the metal box upstairs. And they died. So let's go see what we can do about fixing this situation. You there? Yep. Where's the other one? Oh. It was actually the perfect time to come back. I sat down, put on my headphones, and I heard the rawr, rawr. And then I heard the body drop. And I'm looting the bodies and getting out of here because I know I would be coming back to grab all my stuff if I were him. He's probably close by and probably not happy all of his stuff is going to be gone. And the box is gone. But I'm glad that happened because people don't believe me that there's something that pops up in the technician's building, and it does. What was I doing before I got distracted? Vacuum tubes. That's it. Don't need the light. Boogie, boogie, boogie.
Приветствую. До свидания.
I do think it's cool that they sell potatoes. Both him and the guy at the train station. Because those are recipe parts.
Ладно, двигай давай.
And we love potatoes. Bake them, boil them, put them in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, put 'em in a stew. That's what it is. Hello. How are we doing tonight?
Как жизнь, брат? Бывай, братишка.
I'm sorry. Are you being spawn camped?
Здорово, братишка. Бывай, дружище.
You can watch me run around like an idiot for a while. I got at least another 7 hours in me. And I'm good at being an idiot.
Здорово, братишка. Бывай, братишка.
I know stupid jokes too. Like, why does a chicken coop have 2 doors? Because if a chicken coop had 4 doors, it would be a sedan. That's a bad dad car joke. Or my favorite joke. How do you make the gods laugh? Oh, eh. Well, that sucks. Come play with me. Silly alpha dog. Oh wow, I'm like almost dead. That's not good. I mean, I've talked about it too, not really on here, but I know people from over here that have gone over there and fought. And like, did you ever hear the video where they had the guys that were sitting there and a rocket bounced off of one of the guys' heads? That was one of my friends that took the video. And he said the helmet saved his life. Well, duh. Me personally, I am part of a group called the SCA. Have you ever heard of the SCA? It's called the Society for Creative Anachronisms. It is a medieval reenactment group, kind of like Ren Fair stuff, but we're more involved with the things in history that worked, you know? All of the good stuff, none of the bad stuff. Imagine the Dark Ages without the plague. Or the Middle Ages, rather, not the Dark Ages. We're not going to call them the Dark Ages. But it's a really fun group to be in. It's I've been doing it since 1990, 1991. Why am I here? I don't need to be here. I don't need to be doing this. I don't know why I'm doing this. We're going to see if the boars are here. But everybody is considered royalty. Some people prefer to play peasants. The best way I've heard it, I've thought of to describe it to people is if you've ever been to a Renaissance festival and you see the people that are dressed up in costume and they're always on point, they're always acting, they're always playing the part, and imagine a whole group of those people that sleep at the camp after all of the normal people leave and how they party at night. That's what the SCA is. And it's beautiful. It's amazing. You will drink too much mead and you will wake up drunk in the woods, and you will wonder where you're at, and you will be thankful that you're safe. And you will also learn not to drink too much mead again. But it's international. Like if you're interested at all, you just look up sca.org. It is a non-profit organization, so they are listed as an ORG, but they're international. They're in Russia, they're in Britain, they're in America, they're in South America. I think they're in South America. I know they're in Africa, and I know they're all across Europe. That's Drachenwald. We have different names for places too. But look it up, sca.org, and they'll tell you what your local group is, and something good for geeks to get out of the house and do, because Lord knows we need sun. That's one of the wonderful things about this group, is they love to teach you. It's one of the reasons I stayed a part of it, because I like learning stuff and then telling other people about the stuff that I learn about. And that's what they do. Except it'll be a neat way of doing like null binding, which is a Viking repair sewing thing. There's also fighting. They have people that make armor. They have people that use the armor. They have people that make the weapons. The weapons that we use are made out of rattan instead of metal. And we use rattan instead of bamboo because it pulps instead of splintering. And then you wrap it with duct tape and it's a safe weapon. Then you just have to make sure all of the armor is covered so that you use like if you use 2-inch rattan and you make that the standard, then you make sure all of the armor is 1.5-inch spaces between the bars. That way you know nothing's going to get through. I have no idea where I'm at. I don't know why I'm over here. But that's why I love it, is because it's such a great resource of all of these things. Like, that's where I learned how to make chainmail. And not just how to make it, how to make the rings to make the chainmail. Because these people come up with ingenious ways of doing things that they didn't do 1,000 years ago, because they didn't have the tools to do it. But now you can take a 1/4-inch metal dowel rod, drill a hole in the end, then take some electric fence wire, you poke it through the hole, then you make this little carriage for the rod to sit in, the metal dowel rod, and then you hook a drill up to the other end and just make coils. Cut the coil down the side with a Dremel tool, bam, you got rings. And then you just start putting the rings together. Pretty soon you got a shirt made of chainmail.
Чего
Which is
надобно?
cool.
До свидания.
Okay, what language do you want to use?
Здорово, здорово.
I try to speak slowly and clearly so that I will be understood. I hope that helps.
Потом стали пропадать люди. Уходили сюда и не возвращались.
Parlez-vous français?
Ну и, наконец, решили. Ведь я их это.
Habla español?
И для начала поставили колючую проволоку, чтобы любопытствующие не рисковали. Вот тут
Вы говорите по-русски?
что где-то в зоне есть
I'm guessing you do if you play this game.
где исполнится желание. Ну, естественно. Зону стали
3 radio parts? Wow.
мало ли у кого какие возникнут желания.
It's okay, I need to practice other languages too.
Если не метеорит.
Я очень люблю по-русски. Это прекрасно. Очень красиво.
Ну, а сами-то вы что делаете? Да нечаянно. Что угодно. Послание человека.
And I found a knife. Cool.
Или подарок.
Ничего себе подарочек.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Дорогая моя, не проходимость. И поэтому ни телепатии, ни привидения, ни летающих тарелок. Ничего этого быть не может. Мир управляется чужими законами. Это невыносимо скучно. И законы эти...
Don't hold me as the standard though. Most Americans are, they're not
Не надеяться на летающие
nice.
тарелки.
Especially where other languages are concerned. Oh, there's one of my favorite jokes. Да, я только немного по-русски. I taught myself. I was going to go to school for it, but
Вы чувствуете, какая искусство заключена?
I was not able to go.
Вот в средние века было интересно. В каждом доме жил домовой, в каждой церкви Бог. Люди были молоды. А теперь каждый 4-й старик. Скучно, да? Вот так скучно.
Вы уже сами говорили, что зона...
I started university to learn Russian, and my first year they canceled
Потому что если
half
тот самый
of the foreign languages department at university, and
Святович говорил,
my major went bye bye, пока-пока.
плевал и на вдохновение. А потом
Так себе.
Откуда мне знать, как назвать то, чего я хочу? И откуда мне знать, что на самом-то деле я не хочу того, чего я хочу? Или скажем, что я
This, because I was out of that.
действительно не хочу того, чего я не хочу.
Need this, because obviously I dropped it and I didn't mean to.
Исчезает, тает, растворяется.
Как медуза на солнце. Видели?
Da.
Сознание мое хочет победы вегетарианства во всем. А подсознание изнывает по куску сочного мяса.
But yeah, so I spun my wheels for a year and got a bachelor's degree and then dipped. And I still owe them money, but I told them to screw off because I did not get what I wanted out of the deal, and I don't feel like they held their end of the bargain up. You know, I started and they got rid of what I went there for, and
Но стоит появиться людям,
it's like pulling the rug out from underneath someone's feet.
движение. Бывшие ловушки исчезают, появляются новые. Безопасные места становятся непроходимыми. И путь делает
Boop,
столь
boop, boop, boop,
простым
boop.
и легким, что запутываться до невозможности.
Two those, put those in there. La 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 la.
Колонку ее сами сделали своим состоянием. Не скрою, были случаи, когда людям приходилось возвращаться с полдороги несолоно хлебавши. Были и такие, когда
Ну, пока.
What do we got going on?
народу комнаты. Но всё
Rendezvous, that's
таки
outside.
не от зоны, от нас.
Persian Fang, that's a pain in the
Это оплатить
butt.
открывает зону.
Не знаю, не уверен. Мне так кажется, что пропускать на тех, кто
That's gonna be a pain.
надежд больше таких осталось.
Oh, that's what I need to do.
Неплохих или хороших.
Приветствую.
Несчастных. Но даже самый несчастный гибнет здесь трещотый, если не умеет себя вести.
But I learned a bunch of different languages whenever I was waiting tables. I would just pick up, you know, at least the basics. I liked Polish. I thought that was pretty.
Метеоритов отыскали, ну, конечно, ничего не нашли.
Hello in Polish is Cześć. How are you is Jak się masz. Good is Dobrze.
Ну и, наконец, решили, что метеорит этот
What else?
не совсем метеорит. И для начала поставили колючую проволоку.
I didn't learn very much Polish.
Вот тут
Kind of like my German. I don't speak very good
в этом
German.
названии есть место, где исполняется желание.
I only know the bad
Ну,
words.
естественно. Зону стали охранять
Of course, that's the first thing you have to learn in any language is the bad words. Otherwise, you're not going to understand anybody.
Что же это было, если не метеорит?
I still think it's funny that that one of the big bad characters in this game is called a bliat.
Да ничего,
It just makes me laugh.
что угодно. Послание человечества, как говорит один коллега. Или подарок.
I was doing something. I promise I was. I wasn't just sitting here looking at my inventory. I was going to check the jammers, waiting for night to go and do the tea. Oh yeah, the Polish word for suka.
И законы эти, увы, не нарушаются. Они не умеют нарушаться.
Man, it's one of my favorite words too.
Не надеяться на летающие тарелки. Это было бы слишком интересно.
А как же вернуться треугольник?
Oh, it's gonna drive me nuts until I remember that. Okay, have that to turn in, that stuff to do, whatever.
Треугольник АБЦ, который равен треугольнику
Hey now.
какая-нибудь заключена в утверждение. Вот среднее это было интересно. В каждом доме жил домовой.
I used to drive people nuts. I would make them crazy. Psyche. I would use English and numbers
Много хабара нашел.
to
Ладно, двигай давай.
transliterate Russian. If that makes sense. Like, here. Like I would type babushka would be babushka.
С чем пожаловал?
So even if you
До
speak
свидания.
Russian and English, unless you know both and have a little bit of a brain, you're still not going to figure it out. Kurwa, that's the word. Polish. It's the same as suka, but I just love the way it sounds. Kurwa. Kurwa.
Не проходи мимо. Бывай.
But they use that in context, like in English, somebody would just say shit, or, you know, darn. Okay. There's Port Basmak. Cool. Basmach. Oh, I will be the first to admit to you that I do not know a whole lot of Russian. Chut-chut по-русски. But it is mostly because I have not practiced. Мне нужна учительница. I need a teacher. But I did have some friends that helped me work on pronunciation whenever I was first teaching myself. And they told me that I speak Russian without an English accent or an American accent, which I thought was the best compliment that you could give to somebody. Or at least it was to me. It's only 6. Too early for the T-ball. Okay, so I gotta go back to the top, and I gotta give that the report about the jammers. Still a few hours out to do the next part of the vacuum tube quest. So let's go ahead and grab stuff here to head out of town again.
Чего надобно?
И все не смертельны. Я знаю,
How about
что
I've
в отсутствии человека.
Oh, thank you. I tried to
Как все
twist it up a little bit. I did do I did clear the cache again before I started tonight, but
Безопасные места становятся непроходимы.
that was a few hours ago.
И путь делает 100,
But I'm glad it's running better.
что запутывается до невозможности. Может даже показаться, что она капризна. Но в каждый момент она такова, какой мы ее сами сделали.
How about I have known
В случае, когда людям
enough Russians that all I need to do is sleep with a Maria and I have the whole set. How about that?
Но все, что здесь происходит, зависит
Does that make
только
sense?
от нас.
Хороших она пропускает, а плохим отрывает голову.
Не знаю, не уверен. Мне так кажется, что пропускать на тех, кто надежд больше никаких не осталось. Ни плохих или хороших.
But I dated an Olga, I dated an Anastasia, and I dated a Tatiana. So all I need is a Maria and I'll have the whole set.
Я давеча говорил вам. Ранило все это. Плевал я на вдохновение. А потом, откуда мне знать, как назвать то, чего я хочу? И откуда мне знать,
Okay, what else do we need? We need to take some more food with us. We need to flip out paramedic so that we have the full one. Only have one full one left. Let's take the 16. Two of those. Take one of those. Two of those. Take another one of those. I guess I'll take that with me too.
Зона — это
4 of those and 3 should be enough.
ловушка, что ли?
We got food, got water, got
Я знаю,
batteries.
что происходит в отсутствии человека. Но стоит тут появиться людям, как все здесь приходит в движение.
Ладно, двигай давай.
Flip out the ammo.
Безопасные места становятся непроходимы.
Need to grab the ammo before I flip it
И
out.
путь делает 100 простым и легким, что запутывается до невозможности. Может даже показаться, что она капризна. Но в каждый момент она такова, какой мы ее сами сделали, своим состоянием. Не скрою, были случаи, когда людям приходилось возвращаться с полдороги за солнечной бабушкой. Были и такие, которые гибли у самого порога комнаты. Но все, что здесь происходит, зависит не от зоны, а от нас.
Хороших она пропускает, а плохим отрывает голову.
Those.
Не знаю, не уверен. Мне так кажется, что пропускать на тех, у кого надежд больше таких не осталось. Ни плохих или хороших. Несчастных. Но даже самый несчастный гибнет здесь трещоты, если не умеет себя.
I actually married a Tatiana, but that's another story.
Примерно лет 20 тому назад здесь будто бы упал метеорит.
I am divorced, so
Полил до
I guess it doesn't count.
Метеориты отыскали, ну, конечно, ничего не нашли. Почему, конечно? Потом стали пропадать люди. Приходили сюда и не возвращались. Ну и, наконец, решили.
I don't think I need anything else here. Okay. I don't know. I had to jack down my settings to be able to make it stream a little better. I think if I tried to increase anything with the bit rate, it would probably make it worse. But this is a very laggy game to begin with. I'm surprised it runs at all. I did not think it would. Any suggestions? Please speak up. I looked on settings and the stuff for streaming with Twitch. It doesn't. I did not see a way to increase the resolution. Not for streaming. And from everything I've heard, a lot of the streaming stuff is kept below 720, I think. So the most you can get is like 720. I haven't heard of anybody streaming in 1080p, but I'm also very new to this, so I don't know. I'm still learning as I go. Socks! I wanted to look at this. Next to this. I'm just using Twitch. The Twitch Studio. I know it has other ways of streaming, but I did not look into any of those. Like I said, I'm very, very new at this. I think I might have to get this. I like this. It looks nice. Oh, wow. That's really bad. Does this thing need like filters, or is it just good by itself? Oh, gas max filter empty. Okay. So RPG 67. I need one of those. Do the filters degrade over time? Or is like there's a better filter that you can get later? So they degrade, so I'll grab 2 of those. Прекрасно. Спасибо.
Бывай,
Удачи.
бродяга.
For
Рад
those not paying
встрече.
attention, that means
Когда
good
такие
luck.
люди в Любиче, мне всегда
luck.
спокойнее. А спокойствие в наши времена много стоит. Зная тебя, уверен, что ты поступишь правильно.
That's one thing about watching me play this game is you will eventually learn at least a little bit of Russian. You cannot help it. Yeah, I think it's a good idea to grab it. That's why I did. Because the one that I got is crap.
Здорово!
Здорово! Здорово!
Будешь рядом? Заходи.
Здорово is life, by the way, so... Life? I think that's right. Zdorovo is like cheers, like to your health. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that one was only like 74. Do I need to go back over there? No. Yes. Okay. Oops. And this is why I don't like people that drag mobs over here in the corner and just run instead of killing the things. Respirator? Yeah. Get. I like the way the color changes in the game too whenever you're not doing so well. I think that's a neat little tweak. I think we're gonna come clean this up again because people done messed all this stuff up, and it'll be a little surprise for them whenever they think all of the mobs are not going to be popping right back where they're supposed to be. Nah. Give me just 1 second. Is it this guy? I think it's the other guy. I gotta go to the other guy. Let's see, we're gonna eat something, so our health will go up just a little bit. Reload that.
Доброго времени суток.
And
Будешь рядом, заходи.
3 hours. So 3. Let's say 3:30. Oh, sit. Okay. Twitch Studio. Settings, stream quality, let's see, my resolution is at 1024 576 and my FPS is set at 60. The encoder is times 264. The bit rate is 1500 and that's the only thing I can change. Everything else is grayed out. Preset and resolution. Stream quality, preset, and resolution. Yeah, those are all grayed out for me. I guess you have to hit the advanced overrides to be able to do that stuff. It won't let me do it while it's streaming. I'll look at it in just a little bit and see if I can change those. Or I'll tell you what, hang on. We'll do this, and I'll do this. I'm somewhere safe, so why not? Bam! So, the game is not streaming. Now can I do it? Stream quality. No. Okay. I'm going to end the stream. I'll be back in just a second to see if I have to have it